Hey guys, good morning, good morning. I think we are live. I just jumped into this Delta squeeze just as we were going live here. I've already put on 2 other trades this morning. It's nice with the little one not being in school because I didn't have to get her ready for school. She's still on break. She is sleeping currently, so I was able to get a couple trades in here. Where are we at? Looks like I got 66 points on the board already. And this Delta squeeze, I'm trying to keep an eye on this because it is a squeeze, but we're below this broadening formation here. So we could just reject off this yellow line and come back down. So I want to keep a little bit of a short leash on this one. Just in case. We haven't ticked down on the signal line, so I'm still hanging on here. Sitting right at my break even currently. And yes, I know that we are bearish. However, we did bounce off of VWAP, so so there still is the potential we could turn up here. And if it presents me with the Delta squeeze, I got to take it. But all right, I just pulled the plug. We closed under the 8 there. If we're going to start chopping the 8, I don't really want to be part of that. So we'll take 5 points off the board. Marcus Knight, good morning. All right. So let's go over the morning so far. We had our Delta cross the confirmation line earlier to the downside. Looks like that was at about 6:30 this morning. So after we have had this drop down, the Delta was still really weak. The signal pulled back up into this red zone. And this ticked down from the red zone right here. I went short on that. And I was hoping to get 31 points out of that one, but it didn't quite get there. And then we ticked up from that lower power zone, and the Delta was super thin at that point. So I just went ahead and pulled the plug for 13 points on that one. And I knew that we had the news coming up at 7:30. So I wanted to see what it did there. Didn't really do much of anything. Took out this high right here, which started the creation of this broadening formation. Well, it took out this low over here first. So then I drew in the broadening formation after I saw that, and then saw it take out that high. And after it took the high out, we got this tick down from the upper power zone. So I went short on the 8 after that. And I targeted the yellow line. Got 53 points out of that one. And then I took that delta squeeze, which didn't work out. So now we're just waiting. For news today, let's go ahead and check that out. Looks like we have the final manufacturing PMI today at 845. That is in about 25 minutes. And other than that, there's not really much going on today. Crude oil inventories at 10 o'clock, medium impact. Tomorrow, ISM manufacturing PMI at 9, but not too much going on tomorrow either. So, pretty quiet, but the ATR is up there today so far. So we still could get some really good movement in the market today. We're currently sitting at a 71, which is a decent number for the 4 times ATR. We got the open in about 8 minutes. As far as the higher time frames go, looks like I have the hourly marked as bearish currently because we're ticking down near that upper power zone on the hourly. The delta is really weak. The delta is trying to climb above the confirmation line. So technically that could be a little bit more neutral, but we'll go ahead and keep it at bearish for now. On the 15, the delta is above a rising confirmation line, so that's bullish. And on the 5, the delta is below a falling confirmation line, which is bearish. And on the 1, obviously, we are pretty bearish at the moment. However, this is the area where you do want to start looking for longs. You know, once you get this delta cross right here, you become bearish. The whole time this is negative, you are looking for shorts all the way until once the delta and the confirmation line start to converge and start to squeeze in that area. That's where we start looking for delta squeezes. That's where we start looking to go long, because what we usually see there is the confirmation line will flatten out a little bit, then start to gain a positive slope, and then continue with this positive slope. And so this whole area should be a zone for longs if it continues to do that. Now, it might not do that. It could just go into more of a sustained downtrend. And if that is the case, We might try a long or two, and if they fail, then we'll just stop and continue looking for the shorts. As long as we are sitting on top of VWAP, that is bullish in this area. So if we do get a VWAP bounce, we could be looking more bullish for a good part of the day. And also, this doesn't always happen, but usually, if the market opens and we have the signal and the delta down here in that lower power zone, we usually go up. And the opposite is true if we have the delta and the signal in the upper power zone, it usually goes down, at least for the initial move. There are no guarantees, however. Five is still looking pretty bearish. The one delta does have a negative slope on it. So in the short term, everything is still pointed down currently. Schroding, good morning. We got about 1 minute for the open. So what do you guys think? Are we going to push down or push up? Five seconds. Yep, we just swept that low. Good call on that one. You know, the one bad part about this, guys, is that we opened at VWAP. And that usually... Yeah, we opened right at VWAP. Usually if we open at VWAP, we end up chopping VWAP for a good part of the morning, which kind of sucks. We'll see if we can pull away from it. Continuing to drop here. Making our way towards that pivot line, which we just tapped. Our ATR number is pretty high right now. We're sitting at about a 92 for 4 times ATR. $97 now. That is a giant candle. It's a 65-point candle right there. Just tap the daily open. This is a really nice drop here. I wish there was a cleaner entry on it. There really wasn't a very clean entry. You could have taken this lower high right here, right after that delta squeeze at 822. I didn't like that setup because it's in the green zone, and you know, it's right in that area where the confirmation line and the delta are starting to converge, which is where you typically want to start looking for your longs. So it wasn't a great looking setup. It is playing out nicely though. Looks like we have the previous day low coming up at about 181. Bitcoin is still making its way up to 100,000. It's currently at 96,200. So it's another broadening formation here I was looking at. If we run all the way up to the top of there, that would be about 104,000. That 15-minute delta is starting to roll over pretty heavy over there. Technically still bullish, but yeah, it is rolling over quite hard. Coming up on that previous day low. And we just took it out. ATR is at a 130 right now. So my 80 tick stop is going to look tiny. Let's see what that looks like. That's what an 80 tick stop looks like. Keep in mind we have that manufacturing PMI coming in at 845. It's in approximately 4 minutes. That ATR number is a multiplier. So I have it currently set to 4x. So if you open up this ATR take profit indicator, oh, I'm sorry. Looks like I had it set to 5. I thought it was set to 4. It's supposed to be set to 4. Let's see what 4 is. 4 is still pretty high at 112. So if you're expecting the normal ATR value, set it to 1, and then it's sitting at a 28. So hopefully that answers that question. The PMI numbers coming in about 15 seconds. So we have that confirmation line, the delta starting to converge a little bit more here and squeeze together near that power zone. We have the price above the 8 SMA. And we just took out previous day low. I would say all of that combined is rather bullish. And the delta starting to taper positive right here. Wish there was a decent entry. Still haven't really seen one. Schroden, since you have a few minutes to process the news, mind going over briefly how you use the ATR to adjust your stop loss? Well, that number I usually just glance at. I like to see it between like 25 or 30 to about 70 for an 80 tick stop. So I glance at it. Usually if it's between 30 and 70, I'll use 80 ticks for a stop. If it's higher than that, then I know that I got to start sizing down and or use a wider stop. And you know, there's not really an exact science to it. I just kind of eyeball it. So I'll throw this on here. I'll use a template to see what 80 ticks looks like. I see that it looks super tiny. And I can just see that I need probably about double that for the current price action in order to be adequate. So I might cut my position size in half if I was to jump in a trade there. That's typically all I do. Maybe I should say that's what I should do. I don't always do that though. Even when I have a high number like this, a lot of times I'll just leave my 80 tick stop where it is because I just don't really like risking more than that. And yeah, I have a higher chance of getting wicked out, but on a lot of these entries, if it's a good entry, it usually just goes with very little drawdown. So a lot of times you'll see me just keep it at 80. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. But yeah, so far taking out previous day low, and this is what I was talking about earlier, where you have these start to converge down there. That's where you want to look for longs. And now we have the delta above the confirmation line, so now we are bullish. Still looking for a long. I typically don't like these V bottoms just because it doesn't really give you a clean, objective entry point. You always just kind of feel like it's running away from you. Same thing when we were falling down here. You know, it was just kind of a runaway train, and now it's a runaway train in the other direction. However, we did have a significant drop here, so I'm going to mark out this order block. And if we do make it back up there, that'd be an area for me to look for a short. We are currently at the anchored session VWAP, which is this orange line. A lot of times the anchored VWAP performs a little bit more accurately than the standard VWAP, which is why I got it on the screen. And here we are rejecting off of it a little bit. We also have this pivot line here in this area. We sliced right through it earlier, so it probably has less significance. But we do have both VWAPs sitting here. Now, if you look over at the 15, you can see that we are ticking up now from the lower power zone on the 15. And the 15 is still technically bullish. So we had that hard drop on that one candle, but push the signal line down here, and now we're ticking up. So sometimes it's just kind of nice to know what the higher time frame is doing. More of a bird's eye view. But the 5 is still pretty bearish. So we have some disagreement between the different time frames. We did just make it up to that order block, so what are we going to do here? Well, so far we're slicing right through it. Delta seems very strong. It's increasing and gaining momentum with a very steep slope. Slope is very important, guys. That steep slope gives you an idea of the sentiment behind the move. Yeah, still pushing all the way up to that broad information line, which is also the 200 right there. That's probably a good place to short right there, actually. Kind of breaking the rules a little bit, but I did just jump in a short right there. Let's see if it's gonna kill me, isn't it? Yes, it did. That's what I get for going outside the playbook. Where was I in at? I went short at 382. That was not a cumulative delta entry, guys. Now see, it went straight up, hit my stop like nothing. But usually, you know, you got an order block, you got the 200, you got your broad information trend line. It's usually a pretty good place to take a short. Now, I didn't have any confirmation at all on the signal line, so it was a little bit more of a gamble. Probably would have been better off just waiting. It's a nice little daily reminder to not break the rules. When I break the rules, I pay the price. It's a very strong move. That is definitely what you call a V-bottom. Straight up in the air. You can see that the signal line is maxed out on the top of the indicator now. On very strong moves, it could flatten out up there, and you might not see a tick down for a few candles after that. Well, we're starting to get our tick down now. That would have been the better short to wait for that, potentially. I'm not going to try to short it again, though. G2 says we're at the top of the opening range. Yeah, I didn't even mark that range out. There's 830. 844 was way down there. The top of the range is like here. Starting to put in our first lower high in that upper power zone. I'm not going to take it short, though. Not after a strong move like that. Just closed under the 8. The delta is tapering, so I am going to try a short on the 8. So we are tapering down. We're losing that momentum. And I just got picked up on the 8. Give this one more try here. 388.75 is where I'm in. And nope, that did not work. That's a risky one after a big move like that. I thought I'd be safe on that one just because it tried to go so many times and it sold off and we closed under the 8. And usually if you can get picked up on the 8 after it closes below in that situation, usually it'll close above the 8 by just like a hair. And then gives you time to pull the plug near break even if you have to. But that one was just a giant candle that powered through. Look at that thing. That is, it's like a 39-point candle. And look at, we're still trying to run here. But it did retest that top of the opening range perfectly. This is one of those situations where you're scared to go long and scared to go short because, I mean, look at that. Even if you went long there, you get wicked out so easily. ATR's at like a 115. Not exactly my preferred trading conditions. We are putting in some more bearish divergence here. Higher high on price and the lower high on the signal. Went right up to that pivot line, which also coincides with this order block right here. It's tiny. It does look like it wicked right to it. Oops. But at this point, I am only interested in a long. Still haven't had a great long setup though. G2, was that a sweep? It might have been. There's also a fair value gap up here that it looks like it filled. Hey guys, my daughter just woke up, so I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Those are some big, nasty wicks right there. Still pushing up. Yeah, if you look at the delta, it's very consistent, but it is thinning out. So it's definitely not as strong as it was on that V bottom. Wish that would have gave us a little bit of a delta squeeze there before it came up. Gave us a opportunity to enter. That would have changed everything had we caught that giant move. But now, well, let's reassess the situation. We have a positive sloping delta. We also have a positive sloping confirmation line. And the confirmation line and the delta, there's a lot of space in between. And so when there's a lot of space in between like that, you typically just want to look in the direction of the slope of the confirmation line. So you don't want to short that necessarily. If the delta had a negative slope on it and the confirmation line was starting to flatten out, you could short that. But yeah, right now with the way things look, we should only be looking for longs, ideally in the green zone. So we need that signal to pull down. Just hasn't really been much of a pullback or anything. And my last couple trades I had here, I feel like I was almost trying to force a trade, so I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to sit, be patient, and wait for a play from the playbook. On the 5, you could see how we just, we had that thick falling delta, and then it just abruptly turned around. And you see all that space in between these delta candles? Usually you only get that on these like V-bottom moves like that, where it moves in one direction really quickly, but there's, on the 5-minute, there's still not a whole lot of aggression in those moves. It's kind of hard to explain. I don't really know exactly how you end up with gaps in between those candles, but that's what it looks like. As opposed to like over here on the 1, see how those are very consistent? No gaps in between. Here's the drop we were looking for originally. Back down to the 50. Or wait, is that no, that's the 200. Yeah, the 15-minute delta, that's more of a... It's more of what I'd call chop there on the 15. JWA 0 for 2. Oh, there's a lot of day left to make up for that. Still early. Isn't it funny how not being patient always kind of bites you in the ass? At least for me it does. That's still something that if I'm not seeing setups, I start forcing things, and it's not a good thing to do. It's like these last two trades right here. I never should have really taken those. It's not really in the playbook. Yeah, we got that lower high on this one, but the delta was still aggressively rising there. Back to VWAP. Let's see if we bounce on the session VWAP here. The orange line. We got the signal back in the green zone, which is what we were looking for. So as JWA says, we got a potential filet mignon long setup approaching. Or was that just a giant fake out to the upside? Now we're going to crash. We just sliced right through VWAP. We're going to replace our V bottom with a V top now. Is that even a thing? A V top? Damn. It's fallen pretty aggressively. We're back below the that opening range. It's not the 15-minute opening range. The 15 is actually, let's see. Yeah. The 15-minute range goes all the way down to the low. Back to the daily open. This is crazy. ATR's at a 122. Wow. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Looks like it's pulling back a little bit too. This is crazy. On the 5-minute, if you're trading the 5-minute, this last tick down from the upper red zone at 9:15, that is That is a short all day long right there. You got the delta cross on the confirmation line earlier. It's your step one, and that's your step two. You got to wait for the signal to pull into the red zone. So that was at 9:15. Let's see where that is. 9:15 is right here. Yeah. And then we have this giant drop. The downside to that is there's no entry for it on the one. There's like 0 playbook entries so far. We were getting a very slight tick up from the bottom power zone. That can be a good entry for long. I did not take it just because it was just a sliver down there. Looks like I probably should have taken that. It was right here. It'd almost be at 31 points. This is what I meant earlier. Like if you take the setup, even with a high ATR, like usually if it's a good move, it's usually going to just go right away. So even like an 80 tick stop in those cases should work. Like in this case, that would be good. I can move my stop to break even had I jumped in there, but it was just such a small sliver of a tick up. Hey, would have got 31 points though, for sure. Did you take that one, Jay-Waz? You know, with that momentum to the downside there, it might be better to wait for a higher low on the signal. Or even wait for a short setup. We're back under the confirmation line, and the 5-minute is still saying short. The hourly is looking more bearish. There's just giant movement today, guys. Imagine if you would have had entries right where these turned. Usually it gives you like a delta squeeze setup or something. It gives you an opportunity to get in, but these just haven't really printed much of an opportunity. Yeah, the 5 minute definitely called it on that one. The 5 minute does have a perfect entry. It was the one that didn't have the corresponding entry for it. Also, worth pointing out, the confirmation line's right there near the center of the indicator. That is usually a sign that we're going to start ranging. In which case, the power zones would be the best entries. Unless we want to keep pushing down here, then that confirmation line will start to roll over, and then we will be looking more bearish. Well, it's looking like we're going to drop all the way down to this order block down here. Yeah, when the ATR is this high, sometimes it's, it's not an ideal trading market unless you have a super wide stop. So sometimes it's better, if you don't want to deal with that, just wait until it comes down. Starting to get that higher low now, and we do have some bullish divergence. That is a potential long entry. We're so close to that order block at the bottom there. I'm not really feeling that one yet for long. I would rather it touch that order block first. Let's just see how this one would have done. We'll simulate it. Mm-hmm. Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to do a little breakfast dad duty. All right, so we simulated that one, and good thing we did not take that because we would have got stopped out there. But as you can see, this is actually a really good example of if you had an adequate stop, you would have been fine. Like if your stop was under the low, you'd still be okay. But using an 80 tick stop, yeah, you definitely got stopped out right away. And that's because that ATR is crazy right now. It's a 132. So again, might be better to just kind of sit it out until that number comes down. The other thing that you can do to try to improve the accuracy of your entries is wait for the signal and then use the 8 instead of just get in on the close of the candle. Right now we're kind of just chopping that 8. Still not a very clean setup. Let's look at this on the higher time frame. Let's see what we're looking at. It's crazy. So we dropped all the way down here, pulled all the way back up to this order block at the top, and then proceeded to drop all the way back down. We have not hit that order block at the bottom yet. I'm going to actually mark out the 5-minute order block. And we'll see if we stay above that. But if we just kind of end up hanging out here inside this 15-minute range, could get pretty choppy. All right, now we're starting to make our way towards that order block. Ah, JWAS. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. We did just touch that order block down there, which is what I was waiting for. So we'll see how we react here. You know, even if we tick up here, like I still don't see a clean long entry. Just because we have this negative sloping delta, and now the confirmation line is starting to get a negative slope as well. The 5 is still pretty bearish. You know, this tick down under a falling delta is usually a good short. It's better if it's in the red zone. I don't really like taking those in the green zone. So in other words, there's not really a clean short and there's not a clean long either. We did just get a tick up from the power zone after touching the order block, so if I was going to go long, that would be it. But I still don't like where we are with the delta in relation to that confirmation line, and 5 minute we're still pretty bearish, so I guess I'm still going to just sit and wait for shorts. Starting to put in a lower high on the signal now. All right, somebody needs my attention. I'll be right back. All right. What's going on? Looks like we're still trying to bounce on that order block. Putting in, starting to turn positive. That could potentially be a good long right here. Still not very ideal. And my quant tower is frozen. What in the world happened here? Is anybody else's frozen? So even if I did want to enter, I guess I can't. Okay, now it's starting to move. That was weird. Must have been a little glitch. Well, in this particular case, it looks like just entering right on that order block would have been the sweet spot. Still have that confirmation line near the center of the indicator, so still more range biased at the moment. Yeah, the higher low signal, but I think the key with this higher low or with this particular situation was that it had to hit the order block first. You'll see that a lot. Like if it starts to consolidate right before an order block and you start getting the signals, those are less reliable than if it hits the order block first. Oh, you're talking about the 5-minute higher low. Yeah, that coincides with the 5-minute higher low. Keep in mind, even with the 5-minute higher low, the 5-minute is still bearish. Everything's still pointing down over there. Yeah. We also just made it to VWAP. We're getting a tick down from that upper power zone. That could be a good short. And the shorts are already jumping in. Darn it. I don't like buying those big candles. We also got a little bit of a broadening formation here. We got both VWAPs right at the top of this broadening formation. See if we end up putting in a lower high in that power zone. If we do, and if the delta's still fairly weak, I'll short it. price action is pretty tough today, I guess I'd say. Mainly because that ATR is so high and it hasn't really given us any clean signals. We're getting a lower high here. Delta is relatively weak, so I did go ahead and short that. My 80 took stop, looks absolutely tiny. Looks like entering on the 8 would have been better for me. Jason Richardson, good morning. Yeah, it's been a challenging morning, that's for sure. It's been, the ATR has been through the roof, and we just haven't really got any clean entry setups. So most of the movement we've left on the table. Very good movement, though. That's a positive. Yeah. Happy New Year. Yeah, ATR's come down a little. We're at a 114 now. I got my stop at break even on this one. Almost got me there. 5-minute is flashing a tick down, and Delta's still falling over there. It's still looking pretty bearish. I'm going to go ahead and try to push this for the low if I can get it. Sometimes that hurts me when I push it like that. It's more conservative to have a shallower target. But I'm kind of feeling this one with the 5 looking the way it is. So if we end up getting a tick up from this lower power zone, I'll just go ahead and pull it. But if we could get a spike down and take out that low, I would prefer that. And I'm gone. So I would have been better off just targeting this low. That's what my original target was, but I got out here. Still got 70 points out of it, 70 and a quarter. Starting to put in a higher low from that lower power zone. I'm tempted to go long here, but I don't know. Question is, are we ranging? I mean, it kind of looks like we are with the confirmation line near the center of the indicator. But the 5 minute's still falling pretty good. The 15 is now bearish. Should go ahead and flip that. I think I'm just going to err on the side of caution and just wait for a better setup that's in line with the confirmation line. See how much drawdown would have been on that higher low. You entered on the green triangle. Looks like you would have needed at least 130 tick stop on that. That's pretty big. Now it looks like we're forming a little bit of a bear flag here too. Just keep that in mind. So under normal circumstances, I would have went long down here near this power zone. But just the fact that this ATR is so high, that's what's keeping me a little shy about it. But if you look at our setup in relation to the market conditions that are laid out in the playbook, this is the ranging market condition. So we got the confirmation line near the center, and we've been hitting these power zones. So that's where the entry should be, but as you can see, you still need to have giant stops just to, have those work out. Which is why I'm kind of waiting and sitting on the fence here. The gas cylinder in my chair, it must be leaking or something, because like I'll be sitting here and then I'll feel myself kind of sinking and falling towards the floor. So if I start to disappear, it's because of my chair. My desk is it's like bar height. So this chair is actually pretty high off the ground. I actually went and I bought a new gas cylinder for it on Amazon. I just haven't put it in yet. How's the fog? We had fog for at least 5 or 6 days, and it was really thick. But today it looks, I don't know, it looks somewhat normal out today. It was pretty crazy for a while, though. I have seen a lot of posts about the fog on X and on TikTok. A lot of people were saying it's kind of got a chemical smell to it. I haven't seen anybody actually run any tests on it, though. Be nice to see some tests to see what was in it. It was pretty crazy, though, how widespread it was. It's pretty much all across the U.S. and in the UK. Thick fog up there, too. No fog in Texas, huh? West Texas? I know they had some thick fog down in Florida, too. Which is kind of weird for Florida, I think. Houston, too, huh? What?
Bubble. There was a little bubble.
There was a bubble there?
Yeah.
A chocolate milk bubble?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty silly. Getting a little bit of a rejection off that 1 minute order block there. Starting to print a tick down from the red zone. This could be a potential short. Got a limit order in there on the 8. And I just got picked up. Right on the end of that wick, which is how I prefer it. We do tick up here. I'm going to pull the plug. And I'm out. At 63.75. Looks like 16.25 points on that one. Okay, John, we get the sea fog that rolls in, thick as pea soup here in Florida. Is it still thick down there? And Schroeder had to step away. I had to get back to see your monster trade. Well done. Thank you. So the setup was a downtick on the cumulative delta in the lower zone under the confirmation line with the signal dropping from the power zone. Well, what I was looking for is this lower high tick down. And it also closed under the 8 at the same time. And with the confirmation line having the negative slope, I am short biased. But what I was looking for is that to coincide with a weak delta. And the delta was still under the confirmation line, and it was tapering right there. So that's a weak delta for me. And initially I was targeting the low, which I would have been better off had I just stuck to that. But then I got a little, a little bit of greed set in, and I started to target the other low. And then I said, well, I'll just get out if it ticks up from the lower power zone, and that's what I did. So a little bit of greed bite me in the butt there, but it was still a good trade. This last one that I did, the delta was weak under this confirmation line. However, it never really made it near that upper power zone. So like any trades that are done here that don't make it near that upper power zone, those are going to be less reliable. I knew that going into it, but I feel like I got some wiggle room to play with since I'm having a pretty good day. But at the moment, we have the delta trying to cross above the confirmation line, so sometimes when you see that, if you do get a tick down from the power zone, I'm always on the fence on this one. And the reason why is because when it's starting to cross that confirmation line, that's like the first signal that you're going to start turning bullish again. So like right now, you're getting that tick down from the power zone. And I'm always on the fence of whether to take that one. It's usually better to wait for the second one in that scenario. Because if it's crossing, that means that you have the delta's rising and it's starting to gain some momentum to the upside. So the second one is, if you wait for the second, that's going to be better than just having one. But if you don't take it, then if you do end up going, or if the market does end up falling there, you're going to miss the trade, and that's the trade-off. There's always a trade-off, right? There's always pros and cons to every situation, and you never really know what the market's going to do. All you can do is try to put the majority of the probabilities on your side. Yep, and VWAP's right above, so it could easily try to wick to that. It's funny, Schroden, that you called this a monster trade, because I look at it and it doesn't look like a monster trade with this volatility. The ATR has been so high. I mean, this is really just, it's not that big at all. But then you look at the points, and the points are huge. Yeah, 70 points on that one. Still kind of just chopping that daily open. Which is at 273.25. Do I look like I'm shrinking a little bit? I can feel like my chair is already falling down. That's better. And you know, if you are trading this broadening formation, the moment that it took out this low and gave you a long signal in here, the primary target ends up being this high right here. So that could be what we're making our way towards at 330.75. I just went long there in the 8. It's a little bit of a bull flag breakout setup. Long at 290.75. I know we're right under VWAP, but a lot of times when it consolidates right under VWAP, it likes to shoot right through. Go ahead and target this high. And I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even because a lot of those bull flag breakouts like to be fake outs. Oof. And it got me. So that's a break even. And went as high as, looks like 25.75 points. First break even of the day. If I would have had a smaller target, that would have been a winner. And I am more bullish than I am bearish just because that delta's above the confirmation line. So I'm looking for long setups. The delta is very thin at the same time. I do kind of feel like we could be entering a choppy time of the day. We're getting close to lunchtime for New York. ATR has come down considerably. We're at 89 now. And here's the move that I was originally looking for. Watch us take out that high. Delta's starting to thicken up a little bit. Sitting right here at the 200. VWAP's right here as well. We got that high sitting just above that. That'd be our primary target for anybody who's long. Our secondary target would be that yellow line. Yeah, ATR has really come down. Still high though. 88 is not a small number. Trying to print that lower high. We're going to get it? Nope, not officially. There's a little bit of bearish divergence. Still haven't taken out that swing high. We're right there at the 200 in the VWAP, so maybe we don't take it out. Maybe we turn back down here. Delta is looking fairly weak. It was flashing negative a second ago. Still not really interested in a short here, though. Not yet, anyway. We did print a higher low on the 15, but the 15 is it is more bearish. Yeah, that delta on the 1 is definitely weak and negative now. I still think it's going to try to pop up there, though, so there could be a long setup brewing. If we get that signal line down in the green zone. We're still sitting above the 20, but we're under VWAP. We're kind of sandwiched right in between. We are chopping that 8 a little bit. It's not really, it's not ideal. Do have some chop setting in on the delta. So we did get a tick up there. It is in the red zone, so I'm not really interested in it. Might work though. It is above a rising delta. The market's still eyeballing that swing high. And looks like we took it. There's that swing high. It was just kind of a grind getting there. We'll see if it makes it to the yellow line. I'm going to get rid of this yellow line because I think this one is more significant now. Delta's starting to ramp up a little bit. BTC's pushing. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. Let's see how my bot trades are going. Here's my XRP. Looks like that one's currently up almost 20%. My Doge, it's up about 6%. In my STX, it's up like 9.25. Those are the only 3 positions I'm in at the moment. All of these on the right that are green, my bots are turned on for those, but couldn't catch this this turn up on a lot of those. It was kind of a weird situation. For example, ADA. You see how the delta is just, it's very choppy down here. So like it got me into this position, and because the delta was still under the confirmation line, we ticked down, it got me out here. So that was a loss. And then just continued to chop. And so never really gave a good entry. However, the power zone right there, had I taken that, or if I had my bot turned on to buy the power zone at 5 a.m., that's where it was at. Boom. Nice move up on that. So wasn't able to catch anything there. Sometimes that happens. Was only able to catch these three. Now see if you look at this one. We had that higher low right here. Confirmation line started to rise back up. That's where it bought me in. That's the way I like to see them, like that. And then on Doge, a little bit of that same, you know, that choppy delta. You know, Bitcoin, it was like, it would run up and then it would kind of crash a little bit and then run up and crash a little bit. And so the altcoins were just kind of going crazy. Never mind where it looks like the stop is, because this is kind of like a floating stop. I don't really use that. My bot will get me out if the indicator tells me to get out. So I don't have a set stop on those. Are your crypto entries on the 1 hour time frame? Yes, they are. So I got the 1 hour on my entry screen. I got the daily on the upper right, the 8 hour in the middle, and then the 4 hour on the lower right. So same kind of deal that we're doing day trading. It's just more of a swing trade on the higher time frames. And it looks like here it almost made it to that yellow line, and it ticked down right there. Delta still looks fairly weak. So yeah, going back over to crypto, you notice, like on Doge, for example, notice how we have this dotted line down here? That's what I'm using for a power zone on crypto. I'm actually, instead of using 0.001, I'm using 0.002. So if I have my bot turned on to buy the power zone, it'll buy any tick up that's down there. So all of these that are green currently have the bot turned on to buy in the power zone, and it'll stay on as long as the delta is above this confirmation line. So if the delta starts going back under the confirmation line near that upper power zone, then all of my bots will turn off, and that's when it stops buying in. So see, again, this wasn't ideal though, because we had this like chop fest in the middle here. What I prefer is like this. See how the delta came all the way down near this lower power zone? I prefer that, you know, once we cross above here, then start entering long in this area. So like on Bitcoin here, I'm not actually trading Bitcoin at the moment. I'm trading mostly just the altcoins. But like here, see how we had the delta cross right there? We have this positive sloping confirmation line. And then we have the signal pulling down to that lower power zone. So right here is where it would have bought. So if I was trading Bitcoin, I would have been in right there. And I would be up, looks like about 4% on that trade. But the reason why I don't really trade Bitcoin itself that much, just because the gains in the altcoins are so much more. It's like 4% is nothing. And, you know, it's like this XRP trade, you know, it's up 20. So I usually use Bitcoin more of a indicator than anything. Yes, the filet mignon in the lower power zone. But you know, when that's a filet mignon is when it's like, yeah, down here, just after the delta crossed the confirmation line. If you can get those in the lower power zone right after that, those are the best. But now that we've already come all the way up here, it's getting to the point where it's almost borderline if you want to keep taking these, because the confirmation line's already up near that upper power zone. It could stay up there for a long time, though, and that's why I don't exit until the delta is back under the confirmation line. So as long as it wants to keep pushing, my bot will keep me in there. And then once this confirmation line starts to roll over like that, and the delta comes down, crosses below it, and then if this signal comes down, comes back up, ticks down below the delta, that's game over. Then the shorts are more where it's at. Well, back to NQ here. See how close we were to hitting that yellow line? Didn't quite touch it, though. But it looks like that still would have been a decent short right there off that tick down, even though it never touched. We are getting a tick up from the green zone. We are kind of chopping on the delta, so might be a little risky. I think I'm going to put a limit order in here on the 20. Whew. I was just a tick away from getting picked up there. I'm at 318.50. Oh, looks like I got picked up now. And part of me is saying, Tom, why are you doing this? Because the delta is negative and it's very thin, which means it's like you're walking on thin ice. So I'm probably doing a naughty thing right now. Come on. Pull up. Yeah, that wasn't the best decision. And I'm out. 309.50. Oops. Lost 9 points on that because I made a bad decision. Yeah, like I said, if the delta looks like this and it's very thin, spotty. You guys hear me say this all the time. Kind of preaching to the choir here, but you typically don't want to mess with around in the market when it's doing that. You know, if the delta was strong and it was normal and you got this tick up from the green zone, then it would be better. But you're kind of playing with fire when it looks like this. The slope on the delta is usually a leading indicator that eventually that's the direction it's going to go. But if you get in too early on that, you can easily get stopped out on that thin ice. That's why I should just start calling that as thin ice. People can relate to that. We got the signal in the red zone on the 5. 5 is still bearish. Keep that in mind. So we get a tick down in the red zone on the 5. Might get a short setup on the 1. The 15 is still bearish. And the hourly. Slope on the delta is positive. Like I said, that's usually a leading indicator, but you're still on thin ice trying to trade it. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. That delta is trying to roll over. We're starting to flash that tick down on the 5. On the 1, we still have that rising confirmation line. Signals in the power zone, and we are ticking up currently. So if you're just looking at the 1, and this is a long here, it does have a little bit of disagreement between the 1 and the 5, so keep that in mind. I went ahead and took the long there. My stop is still quite small for this ATR, but we will give it a shot. Targeting the swing high on this one. Go ahead and move my stop to break even. It has run 39.5 points already. If I would have stuck to my 125 ticks, I'd be out already, but trying to push this one a little further. So my exits are, we're either going to take out that swing high, or if we tick down from the upper power zone, I'll pull it. It's looking pretty weak, though. Might just go ahead and... yeah. Yep, it hit my break even. So, would have been better off just sticking with 125 ticks on that one. Second break even of the day. You know, it's always tough when the delta looks like this. More chop. Nope, it took me out at break even. We're flashing that tick down from that red zone on the 5. Looks like the 1 might eventually roll over and fall in line with that here. And shorts will be back on the table. So, you know, under normal circumstances, I would probably have ended the stream already with those chop boxes, but the last few days where I've done that, right after I end the stream, the trading gets really good. So I'm going to try to hold on a little bit today and see if we can just wait through this chop. See if it turns back on. That 5-minute is official now. We have ticked down at 11:15. Well, official at 11:20. Back to that daily open. You know, these little mini broadening formations are always kind of tough to trade. That's what we got going on here again. Printing a higher low on the 1. There's bullish divergence in that. Got a lower low on the price. But with the 5-minute tick down, not really sure I want to go long there. One-minute delta still rolling over. About to cross back under that confirmation line. Not looking all that great for the bulls. You want to go outside? Dog wants to go outside. I'll be right back. Yeah, shorts are looking better. Delta's under the confirmation line now. It's gaining some momentum. That nasty thin ice is gone. It's in line with the 5 and the 15. Just need a good entry. That's the problem with today is there's not a whole lot of good entries. At least not the entries we're looking for. You know, you could have taken this tick down here. You got a falling delta, but it's right near that lower power zone, so that's always really risky to do that. Plus, you're just on this broadening formation line. We know that it loves to bounce on those, which is why I passed on that one. I am looking for shorts, though. I guess we can go ahead and get rid of that line. It is not respecting that at all anymore. You know, I kind of wish I would have just went short right here and on, you know, where I got stopped out at break even. Right there, when we cross back down and the delta turned negative. That would have been a great short right there. Back down to those order blocks. And looks like we're trying to cut through. I'm going to take out the low. Looks like it. She's falling hard now. Here's what the 5-minute looks like. Let's get rid of all that so you can see just the candles. Kind of nasty looking. It's kind of like the perfect amount of nasty mixed with good moves. I mean, it's a great move down, great move up, great move down, nasty, nasty. Now another great move down. But the theme today is that it's not giving us any good entries on those. That's what kind of sucks about it. Finally took out the low. Looks like we're heading for that pivot line down here at 21,097. So again, the 5-minute was right on with this one. That ticked down from the red zone at 11:15, 11:20. And then on the 15, this ticked down under a falling delta, also at 11:15. 11:30 is where it got confirmed. The delta looks nice and strong and smooth now. Wish I was on that train. Hitmaker took a short from 160, huh? It's a good entry, looks like. It's really hard for me to jump in on a moving train like that. More so because every time I do, it's always like the exact bottom. So I've learned that I just shouldn't do that anymore. Just wait for the next setup. But for anyone in this move, it's looking really good. It's looking really strong. Personally, if I was in this, I would wait to exit on a delta cross. Thin delta cross. Just kiss that pivot line. That would also be a good target if anybody's short. This delta looks really nice though. Like this is what you want. You want to see this. You want to be in on these moves. It's just nice and flowing and it's getting thicker as it's falling. Those momentum moves are the nice ones to be in. It would just be nice if it gave us a clean entry for it. We just took out this swing low. We are at our average daily range line. $21,007, huh? That's the previous month low. Yeah, we could be heading there. Still falling. So the average daily range on my 1 minute chart here is at 992. Maybe that's where we end up. ATR is coming back up. We're at a 97 now. If I was in this short, I would be waiting to exit, like I said earlier, on a thin delta cross or a delta squeeze to the upside. And then I would flip on that one. Sometimes you have to stomach a little bit of pullbacks in order to maximize that. But with these strong drops like this, that is usually the best exit method. Curmudgeon says if you put a stochastic indicator on the cumulative delta, it would have shown a huge divergence on the delta foretelling this drop. Yeah, well, the higher time frames have also, they pinpointed this, like the 5-minute here at 11:15, 11:20. That's the short. Just didn't really coincide with an entry on the 1. Just pulled up to the 8 and sold off pretty quick. It looks like it kissed it to the tick. Looks like it's still eyeballing that previous month low. We're getting close to what would be my take profit on this if I was in this trade. See how the signal line is just barely peaking above the delta there? That's the most conservative exit. Did we close above it? Looks like barely. So yeah, if I was going to scale out, that would be my first take profit point right there. And then I would be all out on a delta squeeze. It's funny how earlier I said normally I would end the stream, but I was going to hold in because it usually gets good right after I end the stream. And right after I said that, we had this big drop. Curious, if I would have just flipped on this tick down where I got stopped out at break even, how many points would that be? I know it's going to be crazy. Well, hold on. Let's just say that I took that until this close above the delta, which is right there. We'll follow it down. That would have been 247 points. Yeah, that would have been a good day for sure. Still not a bad day, but it would have been an even better day. I think it's still gunning for that previous month low. We still don't have a delta squeeze yet. In order for a squeeze, remember, we need to have a positive slope on the delta, and we need the signal to come up here somewhere and then tick up above that rising delta. That's our squeeze. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. If we would have been following the 5-minute, that pinpointed it right there. That was the perfect entry. But on the 5, we would have had to have even wider stops today. And even the stops on the 1 were enormous. All right, we're about to take out that previous month low. Is it going to do it? Or is it going to get just really close and pull everybody in short and then pull back a little bit, stop them all out, and then take it out? I know it loves to do that too. It's like right there. There it is. Previous month low taken out. Now we're at the average daily range line. Let's check out the monthly chart, see what that looks like. Well, I don't know, guys. We're going to have a down month for January. Looks like we could easily fall down to this monthly order block here. Be another 532 points down. Get rid of my arrow so we can see what's going on here. Delta is starting to turn positive. We are bouncing a little after taking out that low, which is to be expected. G2, the 5-minute is with flat spot. Not sure what flat spot you're referring to. Are you referring to the tick up from the lower power zone? Well, hopefully this gives us an entry here pretty soon. I really hope we don't just V-bottom out of here. Buy indication is up. Do you mean the signal line? Yes, the signal line is ticking up. Now, after a move like that, I would assume that we're not going to V-bottom. I would assume that we're at least going to make a double bottom. Could be wrong. We'll see what it does here, but I would prefer if it gave us more of a double bottom and then gives us a delta squeeze for the rise. Or gives us a short signal. That delta is thin. It's rising, but confirmation line is negative. So, you know, there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. It would be better if these converged a little more near the power zone. Better for long, that is. We're still game for a short here, if we can get a setup for it. Just closed above the 20 EMA. So as long as that delta stays under the confirmation line, if we get a short setup, I'm going to take it. And then if we get a delta squeeze to go long, I will flip long. We got the noon candle coming in about 1 minute. That might give us the hourly flip. We've been pretty bearish over the last hour, so could be turning bullish here pretty soon. Let's go let the dog in. All right, we got the signal in the upper power zone. We're still under the confirmation line. Our ATR is at 101, so we still need a pretty wide stop on this, I think. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's consolidating. It's putting in a little bit of a delta squeeze on Bitcoin on the hourly. All right, so we're getting this tick down here. From the power zone, delta's still fairly weak. It's like a little thin pencil point. So I think I'm going to try to short this. Question is, do I try to short it on the candle close or the 8? I think I'm going to go with the 8. Might miss the trade then. Yeah, I think I might have missed it. It's the downside of trying to get a better price. If you go asking for a discount, just get told to get lost. Well, see, sometimes you just got to be aggressive and jump right in. The setup was perfect. We had a weak delta under a falling confirmation line. Tick down from the upper power zone. But the ATR is so high. That's why I chose to go with the 8. So that I would have a little bit more wiggle room on it. But then I missed the trade. Perfect setup, though. Looks like there's virtually no drawdown on that one. Definitely would have hit a 31 points on it. Well, now I'm kicking myself for not being aggressive enough on that one. This one's going to be a good one, too. Anybody else catch that one? Jeez. Jaywa, sorry to hear that. Did you try to take that tick down? Obviously not, because if you did, you shouldn't have lost that one. G2 got a piece. That's nice. Yeah, I had that all laid out and set up, and I was ready for it, and I just missed it by however many ticks that is, from the 8 to the end of that wick up here. Well, like I said earlier, I was going to try to catch that short, and then if it sets up a delta squeeze, I was going to take the squeeze long. So we are starting to put in more of a double bottom. We'll see if we end up squeezing here. We are getting a tick up, but technically it's not a delta squeeze. Well, see, we got a negative slope on the delta. That's the wrench thrown in this setup. You really want a positive slope on the delta. You don't want a negative slope. So I'm going to sit this one out. It still might work, but I'm not going to take it. Maybe I should have taken it. I'm just not very aggressive today. Let's see what this would have been so far. Almost 31 points already. See? I would have got the downside and the upside had I been more aggressive. So, yeah, what kept me out of that was this downsloping delta. However, that's like short term. The long-term slope of the delta, even if you take that into account, it's still positive. So it's still a positive sloping delta. It's just not ideal. Like, ideally, you want it to look like this one over here. You know, you don't really want it to start falling back again. It still worked, though. Yeah, this one would have been really good. Delta's starting to turn up now. Confirmation line and delta are starting to converge. That'd be up about 53 points already. This might end up putting in this lower high here. Delta's still under the confirmation line, so that technically is still a short, but kind of a risky one. I'd prefer that up in the power zone. Also, once you get in this area where the delta and the confirmation line are getting closer and starting to converge, that's when the shorts get really risky. You know, the move for the short has already been put in, basically. Now we're just kind of going sideways. If the ATR wasn't so high, under normal circumstances, I would still short that since the delta is under the confirmation line. But do you see how close it comes to hitting 80 ticks on that? So it's kind of risky. That delta is still very weak. So as long as that signal is pointed down, you try to snag a short off of like the 20 or the 8, which I might try to do here. I don't think I'm going to get the 8, so I'm going to cancel my order. That would have been a decent short, though. Looks like that lower high did end up playing out. Gonna tick up from the green zone. It's flashing. Now it went away. Now it's flashing again. Could try a long there on that higher low. The delta still has a negative slope, but it is above the delta, which is very close to converging with that confirmation line. So I think I still might try a long here. Maybe, if this candle isn't huge. All right, I got a limit order in just above the 8. Maybe I can snag a wick here, hopefully. I am not having very good luck snagging the 8 today. It's just taking off without me. Again, that would have been a good long. But I was looking for a discount. Market told me to get lost. Could be worse. It's now starting to put in another lower high on the signal. Higher time frames are still fairly bearish. It is. It's getting in that area where it's kind of risky to go short here, because that confirmation line and the delta are essentially converging right here. So longs are probably favorable in this area. Here we are starting to put in that lower high. But again, it's a dicey thin ice situation here. Both longs and shorts are probably equally risky. You're essentially creating a little wedge here. And we're right in the apex of that wedge. But the delta did just cross above the confirmation line, so I still have more of a bias towards the longs here. If we can put in another higher low, I might take it. See this average daily range line here at 991.75. That was your initial target. You would have hit that on the money right here. That is that would have been a nice exit for anybody who was short. Delta is above the confirmation line. We are flashing this higher low. It's near the center line, which is not really preferred. However, if you want to be aggressive, this would be an aggressive long entry if it closes like this. And I went ahead and took that long. I haven't been aggressive enough today, so might as well start getting aggressive now. 21.046, 25 is where I'm in. Got my stop at break even. Hopefully it doesn't smack me here. And I got smacked. Another break even. Well, I think it's safe to say that this price action sucks. It is official. Sucky price action. The cumulative delta calls it again. The chop indicator. It's told us it's been chopping for, well, since just after noon, at least the last 20 minutes. Now, if I was really aggressive, I should have shorted that tick down from the red zone on that same candle. That would have been a good trade so far. The delta was still weak. Starting to turn down now. Now we're going back under the confirmation line. We wicked back down to that average daily range line. So far, it's holding a support. Well, if I was just looking at the hourly and the 15, I would say there's more downside. The 5 is kind of iffy since the signal's above the delta. The 1, yeah, it does feel like it wants more downside. But if you want to be aggressive, you can long this tick up from the power zone. It just printed. It's official. Looks like so far that was the right way to go. Let's tick up right here from that lower power zone. I did not take it. I was thinking about taking it, but I did not. Looks like it would have hit my take profit. Again, we had a negative sloping delta on that one, which is what kept me out. There's not very many good entries today. I mean, all of these setups are like really iffy. Schroden, such a weak ass delta for a long there, no? Yeah, it's weak, but it goes both ways. It's weak not only for the longs, but it's also weak for the shorts. So you got to keep that in mind. If the signal makes it to a power zone and the delta is weak, then it should go the other direction in the majority of cases. So even though it was weak here, you know, and when I say weak, I mean like it's really thin. So it's not really positive, it's not really negative, it's thin. So you're basically walking on thin ice, and the power zone kind of breaks the ice a little bit. Think about it that way. That move went, looks like 42 points so far. So if you had a small target, that would have been a nice winner. You know, another thing you can look at is this has been holding a support down here in this zone. So you know, if you're looking for power zone tick-ups in that zone, that's another way you could look at that. Same goes for the above. You know, this is kind of a supply zone. So if you get any power zone tick downs from that zone, that's one way to look at it. As long as you're ranging like this, you know. Now, if this goes and puts in a higher low on the signal and the delta starts rising, I'll be more interested in the long here. That delta's still very weak and flat, though. And you can see on the 5-minute how the delta is getting thinner. So that impulsive move down on the 5, it's becoming, or it's getting to the point where it's becoming exhausted. The exhaustion will be confirmed on the 5 once you see it close with the positive delta candle. It's funny that we're ranging sideways like this, or chopping sideways, whatever you want to call it, and the ATR is still super high. It's 88, 89. We are putting in higher low with the positive delta now, so I mean this could be a good long, but I don't like buying big, huge candles like that, so I prefer to get in before they go big. So I'm going to put in a limit order, but it's going to be down by the 20. Only because we have such a large ATR number. But, you know, we're already getting up there in that supply zone, so looks like I missed the boat on that one again. Yeah, let's see what the 5-minute looks like. Yeah, just a flat consolidation on the 5. Oh, we have a delta squeeze on the 5. See how we're turning positive now? And we ticked up above the rising delta. That is a delta squeeze on the 5, so still going to look for a long here on the 1. That might have been it right there. We might have just missed it. The higher low on the signal. If we just start climbing out of here and get through that supply zone, we could just take off. We're above the 50 now, which is the first time that's happened since this down move. Got a limit order sitting on the 8. Seeing if maybe I can get snagged in. And I just canceled that because we ticked down from the red zone. So, see if she puts in another higher low. Angel Profit Pass. You think it's going up now? Well, currently, I don't like to make predictions. I like to react to what's actually happening. And right now, the bulls are in control. Might not last. We'll see. We're heading back down towards that demand zone. Delta is turning negative again. But like I said, I'm looking for another higher low now with a positive sloping delta. So I think we might be heading up. It just might be a little early yet. So we'll see if that can play out. In the meantime, I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Well, looks like we're losing our slope on the delta. Delta's still really weak. Still chopping. 15 and the 5 are still looking weak again too. But I'm still looking for longs. Unless we start to lose this demand zone, then I might be entertaining shorts at that point. He's looking heavier and heavier. I think we might lose this demand zone. Delta is back under the confirmation line again. The signal never quite made it in that upper power zone, but that tick down up there, that would have been a nice short. We're getting another tick up from the power zone now, so technically this would be a long. See if I could snag it on the 8 again. Let's see if I get passed up again. Hey, I got picked up on a trade. I am long on the 8. At 21.011. Starting to get hungry. Back above the 50 again for the second time. Can we take out that swing high? That is the question. The delta is trying to climb back above that confirmation line. We got another delta squeeze looking set up on the 5. We're flashing a tick down now. I got my stop at break even. If we go ahead and put in this lower high, I might just go ahead and pull the plug. Take whatever profit is there. So hopefully it can pull out of it. Alternatively, I could use that 8 as my line in the sand. Exit if we close under the 8. Looks like I'm staying in for that one. Almost hit my TP. It's like one tick away. Can it get there? There we go. Added another 57 points to the board. That puts me at 123 for the day. It's kind of what I was referring to earlier with the confirmation line dropping like this. And then usually you start to round up like this. And then start to gradually get a positive slope on there. But this area, this whole area where it like flattens out can be really turbulent. You always hear me refer to that as turbulence. which is all of this. It's after a big move, you kind of chop sideways, but then you start to slowly start to turn back up. That's why I was saying, like, I favored the longs in here, because usually, you know, the bigger the move, the longer it takes to put the brakes on to start turn back up. At least that's how I look at it. And that whole area can be pretty choppy. But the longs should be favored in that scenario. Still not out of the woods yet, though. This could tick down from the upper power zone and that supply zone and head back down, but I doubt it. It looks like it wants to run now. I mean, if you look at the delta is aggressively sloping upward now. You see how different that is from what it looked like earlier? How we were just kind of flat and weak. We're actually getting some strength back in the market now. So in other words, if we tick down here from that power zone, I probably would not take that short. It still might work out, but it's better to err on the side of the aggressively sloping delta. So if we're going to be aggressive and going up, you want to wait for that signal to pull back down and then get in. Jason Richardson, you caught some of that. Good deal. Looks like it went right up to that pivot line up there. That's where we started to reject from.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? I'm hungry too.
I'm hungry for lunch.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm hungry for lunch too. And it's probably not a bad place to just go ahead and call it here and maybe put on a couple more trades in the end of power hour if things start to get a little bit better here. Hold on. She's pulling me over to make her some lunch. All right, I gotta feed the kid. I gotta feed myself. So good luck, guys. We will talk to you tomorrow. All right, say bye.
Bye.
Wave. See you guys.
Oh wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny? Not my taste. Fat candles are my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, I wanna break through. You know, then hope and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders, let me see that life is cause I'm my happy delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles are my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, I wanna break through. You know, and hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.